All right. So no background music for this one. We'll have it during the breaks and stuff, but I'm using the RTX voice filter, which should work better than the default noise gate to get rid of background noise like fans and stuff like that. So let me know if the audio levels seem off. It looks like it's pretty loud, so it should be okay. If things are cutting in and out, let me know that too. All right, so today we are painting on a 9x12 panel. It's hardboard, double primed oil, linen, glued onto with acid-free glue, 9x12 hardboard. And I haven't laid out the colors yet, but we'll get those laid out right now on the palette. Let me close this real quick. There we go. Hope everybody is doing well today. Thank you for those of you that are already here. Appreciate you coming back. All right, so we're going to start with a sketch on this one. I haven't toned the canvas or anything, but we'll do a basic sketch just to lay out features. I think I have the values figured out pretty well for this one. Let me get the picture up, actually, the reference as well. That'll take just a moment here. Let's see. Move that. This is an image source. Browse. There we go. And here it is. So this is a picture I took this morning next to Cape Cod Canal in Bourne, Massachusetts. And that's what we're going to be painting today. So we're just going to be kind of following the reference pretty closely. So first step here, the sketch. Start with burnt umber. We'll put the colors down as we go as well. We'll need to be fancy with things. I am almost out of burnt umber. I have another tube coming in the mail. It's one of my favorite paints. It's probably the one that I have used the most on it, as far as quantity goes, especially when I was doing the monochrome oil sketches for a while. The portraits. Get more of this. All right, we'll get more if we need it. But for now, I'm just going to get some Gamsol. Get that brush nice and wet. Lots of paint here mixed up with the Gamsol. Dip it again. Close the lid. We're just going to do a very rough sketch of where all of the features land on the canvas. And then we will, after we do the sketch, we'll start painting full color. All right, so I'm starting at the back here. We have that marker there. That's where the water meets the land at the top. And at the bottom right-hand corner, we have this marker here. And then about a third in, not too much lower than this landmark. I'd say we could probably even do a measurement here. I have the reference up on a monitor next to my canvas, and the reference is the same size, roughly the same size, and the same aspect ratio. the same proportions. 4x3. All right, so now that we have those landmarks, let me just take this brush and we will roughly mark in, try to follow this shape as close as we can. Looking over at the reference as I'm doing this. And then we'll do the same for over here. So we're not getting all the details yet. We're just making sure all the proportions are right and everything's laid out correctly for this first phase. Okay, so this can probably come in a little bit. So I can clean this up with the Q-tip. All right. So this is just the sketch phase. We'll paint over it. Stuff's messed up. It's fine. We're just trying to get everything. We're just trying to get all of the landmarks in the right place. And change the composition if needed, but I don't think it'll be needed for this one. I've already cropped the photo from the original. It was a bit wider before, and in fact, it included most of the bridge, but not all of it. And I didn't get a shot good enough that included all of the bridge, so we're just gonna let the bridge kind of fade out. And since it's not high contrast, it shouldn't be too distracting for the composition. Won't leave people's eyes out of the canvas. It'll kind of all be pointing towards this point of interest here. All right, and then this is about the bottom sidewalk there. And this follows along, but it goes in not quite that far. Out there, and then there's a bunch of trees and stuff. Let's be a little bit more pragmatic with this. It's gonna be messy at first, but that's fine. I'm not worrying about values either. I'm just trying to make sure everything's in the right spot. Not sure if my chat's working. Let me refresh this real quick. We also have this really interesting tree here. I was thinking about removing that, but we'll keep that. Worried about all the details or values or mass shapes. Let's see here. And the end of this sidewalk is about right there, I think. All right, so let's try to get a straight line here. We'll load up with the paint. And just gonna go towards our destination. There we go. Cool. That looks pretty good. And of course, all these details here. We have the sidewalk out here. All right, let's get some bigger shapes here. We have the sidewalk pretty much blocked in for the sketch. Not blocked in, but sketched. Then this tree here. It's about that big, yay big. Left and right side. It's very symmetrical. Not very pointy at the top. And then we have this tree line, which kind of starts larger at the horizon here, or at the edge of the painting, from up here to down to the horizon. And then as we go in, everything kind of points, everything is going to kind of point into this point of interest right here, where there's not really anything happening except for this very sloped path, and also the features, the kind of foggy features of the bridge. Excuse me. All right. Does the stream sound okay? Does it sound different? I can't really hear it. I did some test recordings before this. All right, so we can probably go out a little bit farther with that side of that tree. And around the bottom of that tree. Well, let's make sure we get the shadow too. There. There's kind of these bricks there. Okay, let's go back up here, add this. Goes down to about there. And then the bridge, we're gonna have to, I can sketch it in right now, but we're gonna, for the most part, I'm gonna be painting over just kind of a grayish, bluish gray for the sky. And in fact, I might even take out this tree here because it's a little distracting. I wasn't sure at first, but now that I see the whole painting, or I'm starting to see all these features, that tree peeking at the top is a little bit distracting. So we'll just omit. And also, no, let's include the street light here, the lamp. So we'll sketch that in. It's an interesting feature we don't want to leave out. I have to resist the urge to omit things for the sake of simplicity, and I guess not simplicity, but making it easier on myself. Straight symmetrical objects and painting, upright painting, be a little bit difficult to sketch from scratch without other tools and getting up there with a ruler and other stuff like that. But this is just a lamppost. It's just one straight line. I think I can handle it. Hopefully, we have a lot of very straight stuff. Like actually, this line should be pretty much dead on straight. Right now, it's pretty haphazard. It doesn't matter because it's going to be the inverse color. We're going to paint white over this and gray on these other sides. It should be whiter down here as well. All right, let's go back to this post. also this handrail, I hate to leave it out, but it's kind of distracting. It's a line that kind of it just points out this way, and I kind of want everything in this painting to kind of point back to here. So it kind of curves over here. This comes down to there. This ramp just kind of, it's a little bit distracting. Not the ramp, the stairs with the handrail. You can't even see the stairs. So I think I'm going to leave it out, but I will keep in the fence. I'll keep the fence in. We'll get that. Speaking of that, we'll get that sketched in right now. So let's get a little bit more Gamsol. All right, so the bottom part of this fence starts here. And then about right there, we have part of the fence that ends. So this perspective is a little bit tricky, but if we stick with some landmarks here, we can make this work. The end of the top of the end of this fence is up there. It comes down like this. I think I totally missed where this is. That's fine. Paper towel here. It's fine because we're going to have a post there. And we're going to paint over it anyway. All right, then we have this post, which is all the posts are completely vertical and perpendicular to the horizon. All right, so I'm gonna have to abstract a little bit in this area, I think. Edie says, I don't understand the YouTube's algorithm. Over 100 subscribers, and it's just Iona me here. Where are the other 104? I don't know. I'm not sure. That's okay. I know a lot of people watch the streams after because they're, get like 50, 60, 70 views on some of the live streams after they're posted. But, it's all good. We'll see what happens. I think, I can only expect a certain percentage. And if I get 1,000, then, maybe at that point we'll have 10 people here, 15, but we'll see. All right, so I'm not too worried about values right now. In fact, yeah, let's not worry about it at all. So we're going to simplify this painting here. We have the bridge. It's this building. Not that dark. Nothing over here is that dark. And kind of bends. Yeah, I'm not getting that angle quite right. And actually, it's supposed to come down. So it's a good thing I wasn't marking hard. We're going to paint over all this anyway. It's supposed to come down to here. Yeah, let's get a little bit more paint on the brush. Okay, we'll do a dark mark here and then clean it up. Can't get quite enough paint while I'm doing this straight line. This supporting structure here just barely goes into the water. And then this is going a little bit too low, but it's fine. We'll paint over it, as I've said several times already. It's just it's a bit messy working on just a white canvas and doing this type of sketch as well. You know, every little mistake is very apparent, and it's kind of hard to cover up. But I mean, we are going to cover it up in the next phase, but we just have to trust the process and work with it. We have this little hill here with the sloped pathway. Don't want to make all this too muddy quite yet. We're gonna be painting over it, like I said before, but just want to make sure we have the basic features there. Yeah, it's kind of messy for an underpainting or sketch. That's fine. So we have this horizon line here, where everything's, all of the shrubbery is kind of bumping in. So we have one issue here with this tree placement. This can actually turn into the bush and all of this stuff behind it. And then we'll paint a new tree. What is right here, touching this tree. Get a lot more paint on the brush. Actually, that's where it would be. All right, this is all getting kind of messy now, but I'm pretty sure I have a good grasp on where everything is going to be placed, so we can start mixing here pretty soon and painting full color. Okay. All right. Let's mix a color for the sky. Also, let me know if you prefer to have the background music. I just wanted to try out this new noise filter today, the new noise gate. But if you prefer background music, I can put it on. But I know for some streamers, they turn the music off for some painting streams so that people can play their own music or do whatever. All right. So, next up, we have titanium white. We're not going super pretty or organized for the palette today. Hey, Mark, welcome back. Glad you're here. Yeah, this bridge is looking pretty sorry, but that is fine. Like I mentioned, it's just the sketch. We just want to make sure everything's in the right place. So we'll fix it up. we'll fix it up when we paint the actual thing. And actually, like I said, I'm going to be probably just painting over it. All right, let's get some ultramarine blue. Maybe a bit of cad yellow light. Actually, I'm going to just put out colors right now. I changed my mind. I'm not going to organize them very well, but we'll just put colors out right now while we have the tubes in our hands. Cad red light. I have another tube of alizarin crimson coming in, but I am pretty much out. I'm not able to squeeze out anymore. As Mark says it, Lizzie Crizzy. I'm not sure if you saw the stream the other day, Mark, or saw like the end result on TikTok or something. I did another landscape the other day. It had a detached wagon. I did this color already. I did this color. But yeah, like I mentioned, please let me know in chat if you prefer to have the background music back on. So I can do that. But right now it seems like RTX voice is working pretty well. We'll do this yellow ochre unconventionally right next to that yellow cat yellow light. And that should be enough. We shouldn't really need anything else. Well, Viridian's kind of nice, but we also just mix. Yeah, Viridian's it's so transparent. I want to go a little bit more opaque. I want to have all the I want it to be more opaque so that when we lay down the color, it covers up everything in the sketch. Because it's not a super pretty sketch, and it's not a tone canvas either. So, all right, switch out gloves. Mark saying yes. I'm trying to catch up and miss the landscape and the surrealist self-portrait. Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's that's just I know that you like landscapes particularly, so just wanted to make sure you knew about that one. Lots of different streams, but let's see here. Get my gloves on. All right, we'll mix the color for the sky. We kind of changed up the composition a little bit. It's not as the top of the fence. But we can resolve that once we get to it. All right. Man, these gloves are hard to put on. Pardon the noise. I don't know how RTX voice. It's like an AI noise filter. I don't know. I don't know how it handles this type of noise. If it just sounds like garbage on your end. All right. Sky time. Ultramarine. I'm going to stand up for this. Ultramarine blue. Titanium white. Do quite a bit of titanium white. Just a touch of cad. Yellow light and a touch of yellow ochre. Let's see here. Which one of you is a Lizzie Crizzy, please? Yeah, Mark he came up with the idea, or he very early in my streaming, he coined the term Lizzie Crizzy for Alizarin Crimson. So I use it without even thinking about it. Just say Lizzie Crizzy. So in the reference photo, the sky isn't quite this saturated, but it's nice to have the color, even if it's fog, just clouds. Also, use some liquid. Use some liquid again. I enjoyed using it last time. And it helps the paint go a long way. Faster without having to use a solvent. And it's glossy, kind of. Shows the streaks a little bit more. Okay, let's see here. All right. Yeah, I'm kind of bummed out. I'm like out of it right now. It's not gonna be here. I ordered it a few days ago. It's not gonna be here until next Monday. Got a small tube of it. Didn't realize it was one of the more expensive pigments. But it is. It's a little bit more expensive than earth tones and stuff like that. Okay. Get this back. Get a little bit more of this liquid. Let's mix that in. You can see it's spreading a lot easier. It's a lot more wet. Flows a bit more. Hopefully we have enough for. Honestly, I'm just gonna mix more. Let's just do that. I'm feeling like we may not have enough. I'm gonna need more titanium white. Yet another thing I'm ordering more of. So let me get this Winsor & Newton student grade titanium white, because whatever. We need more of it. That's what we're working with for now. It's what I used on the surreal self-portrait. And it was fine. I prefer to use artist colors, artist grade colors, but you do what you got to do. It does make a difference. I was because I ran out of the alizarin crimson. I was trying to mix the standard cadmium red, Winsor & Newton. I used it in the mixes, but man, it was different. It wasn't quite the same for the straight paint stuff. It just felt like there was more medium in it than pigment. It wasn't quite as stiff as these paints. Okay, there we go. We're in much better shape to paint in the sky. The fog. It was a very foggy morning this morning. Oh yeah, if you didn't see it in the description, I actually painted, or not painted. Excuse me. I took a photo. I took this reference photo this morning. It was a very foggy morning, and this place is not too far from my house. So before work, I drove here and got out of the car and snapped some photos, and got one that I kind of like. So we're painting it. Mark, are you hearing from what you're saying? Are you saying that it's cutting in and out a lot right now? Because I can't hear it. I can't hear it from your end. I did some tests earlier. I know you're suggesting a headset. I've thought about that. I've thought about using a headset mic, but I'm just curious what you're hearing on your end, if it's distracting. Let's load up the brush. So they can be a lot brighter. Let's remix it. Mix in some more white. You have to be conscious of the values. Seem pretty bright in the palette, but it'll get brighter. More titanium white. A lot more. A little bit more cat yellow white. Desaturate a little bit. And a little bit of yellow ochre. Oh, we need red to desaturate as well. So we need orange. There we go. Want it to be a little less green. Adding that yellow. Okay, so a little bit more white. Just talking about as an amateur audiophile, sometimes the levels are changing as you lean in and out. Yeah. Yeah. It is what it is for right now. It would be nice to have a lav mic or a headset mic. But you know, like that's another thing I gotta do. Let me lift up the microphone for now, see if that helps. Get it a little bit closer to my face. Honestly, let's just take half of this and mix in this, the titanium white. There we go. I think that's what we're looking for. So it has just a very small hint of blue. Get that painted in. But it is fog, so it's good that it's this desaturated. So if it was a little bit more blue, it'd be kind of confusing. I think, at least in the context of how I'm seeing this painting in my head. Yeah, I agree. The consistent audio from a headset, you're right. I think it would solve a lot of problems for me. That's for sure. Okay. Let's try this again. There we go. I'm just going to paint over what we did for the bridge. It's fine. We'll paint over it. I want to make sure it's nice and thin so that we can paint over it. In fact, I might just do a touch of Gamsol here. Not very much. And then just kind of over the spot again. Thin it out. Okay, let's pick up more paint here. Just bonked the palette cam. There we go. It's a bit crowded. Whenever I'm painting for this whole setup, I have have a webcam and a holder for it right here. So that's covering my view for the palette. And then I have a microphone that's right here. And then I have a camera that's right here. And 2 monitors. And it's a little bit claustrophobic sometimes. So it's hard not to bump into stuff. Yeah, and also we're removing this tree. This one that just kind of peeks in because it's kind of distracting. So since it's our painting, we can decide what we want to do. I'm making that decision to leave out those little branches. We'll just let it be sky up here. And while we have some blue mix here, we can also put it in a wash for the water here. Maybe not even a wash, more like a more full paint, but yeah, we can mix the colors for the canal and do that next. Yeah, make sure this is nice and thin. So we're going to paint over it. Okay. Might come back over it later with brush strokes and stuff like that, but for now I think this is all right. Abstracted enough. All right, so for the canal, we might cheat it. We'll cheat in some more color for that as well. And it is a little bit darker, so we might actually just be able to use this. Let me get, we'll add in some liquid here. And I'm using that palette knife. Let's use this one. Get a little bit more ultramarine blue. Mix her in. Mark says a nice thing you get from background music is an emphasis on the sounds of painting ASMR, which is really relaxed. I think the golden spot is doing both, but that takes some tech wizardry. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I've kind of thought about it. Maybe experimenting with adding a piezo microphone, a contact microphone to the back of the canvas, like sticking it on every time, so you can hear. You can still get the the sound of the paintbrush, the brush strokes. But you know, if the consensus is after this to put background music on again, I'll do that. But honestly, I was playing the same music every single stream for a while, and then all of a sudden I got a copyright. It wasn't a claim, so it's nothing with demonetized or anything. It's just someone saying, and I can't monetize anyway. Can't do that until I have 1,000 subs. So yeah, it didn't put my channel at risk or anything like that, but I'm just trying to, you know, the background music thing. I could buy rights to music too, but it's like I don't want to just play the same like couple of albums forever, you know. So I'm just trying to balance that out. Copyright stuff on YouTube is a major pain. Okay, I think that's good for the river. Maybe a little bit more titanium white. Do one part that's a little bit darker, just a touch. All right, let's see here. Let's clean out the brush a little bit. And then we're going to pick up some more paints and block in this canal. We should have mixed a little bit more, but that's fine. Do a lighter value down there as well. So we'll mix that up. Let's put in these darker values. Look at this business going on right here. So, how's everybody's 2023 going so far, huh? Can you believe it? It's 2023. Like what the heck? How can that be? How can it already be 2023? Okay, so we'll just mix them with this sky value here. Or sorry, this is the lighter value. Let me mix it with this sky value. Got it mixed up there a little bit. Be very rough with it. We need to just add in some titanium white here. We'll paint the rocks out into the water a little bit, so I won't worry about getting this edge completely correct right now. Just grabbing straight titanium white here and going, as we're going wet on wet, just kind of lightening the values, and gradating from dark to light, just the lighter areas, adding a little bit of texture, not very much though. Might change this later, we'll see. Like this is just completely distracting. Let's not overwork it. We'll adjust it later if we need to. For now, we'll consider that blocked in. We will refine it later. It's just once we get the context of everything, we'll decide what we want to do to refine it. Let me switch out my gloves here. What time is it right now? 9:14. Let's do a break. Let's do a break. We'll do probably about a 20-minute break, so I'll put up a timer here. Making some pretty good progress, it seems like. So I'll put some music back on. We'll put the timer up. Oh, before break, Mark said, my 2023 is good. Just getting started. If it's anything like the last few years, it will go fast. I know, right? Seems like time goes by faster and faster every day. All right, let's get some music going. Turn it up here. -27. I think that's good. All right. Oops. Sorry about that. Audio's all over the place. All right, that's back up. Let's put this break thing on. Let's time on there. And what 20-minute break is 35. Let's do, yeah, 20 minutes. Okay, so let's put this right there. All right, I will see you all in 20 minutes. All right. So next thing, we're gonna get this these distant trees um, in this horizon here with these shrubs. The thing is, with the shrubs, it's going to be hard to define them with what I've laid down there. So I think I'm going to take a paper towel and remove that. Or the alternative is mixing the desaturated yellows and really light yellows for in between values so that we can define those better. But right now, this is, well, that's not too bad. I'll just do it like that. Still wet enough. Thought it might not be, but never mind. All right, so we'll get some homogeneous colors mixed off of this. Let's clean up the palette a little bit. So we'll take this guy. We'll put it here. Take this guy. Put it here. And then this color, we're going to mix around it. So let me just clean up a little bit. And then we want the distant colors to be homogeneous with the fog because it kind of blends into it, especially in this area right here. And then, of course, the next part, and will be somewhat of a challenge, but we'll get it, is the bridge. We're going to have to get some accuracy. We're going to simplify the shape a little bit, but we want it to be still, we want that curve to be represented correctly, and then we'll get into that building as well. We'll do that a little bit later to allow this layer a little bit of time to set in. It's not going to dry much, but we'll come back to it after we get this area kind of blocked in. We'll go right back to that, and then we'll block in the tree and this whole area here. And then, of course, the sidewalk will refine that shape so that it's correct. There's also the path kind of continues over here, which I haven't defined in the sketch because this is just a rough sketch. And of course, the two people running right here after everything, which will be kind of a cool little feature. All right, so let's mix. We got to mix some really desaturated greens and kind of like brown oranges for here, and then really desaturated yellow orange for in between the shrubs here. So using this mix, let's get some, let's just start with our green that we want to use. And we'll use a little bit of yellow ochre as well. So that's really strong chroma for this green. But we're going to take this color that we've mixed, and we'll actually even take some of that and some titanium white, which we'll pour more of that. We'll put more of that down. Grab the tube here. It's like a high school art class. Just going through tubes and tubes of white and burnt umber. I tend to, I'm trying to cut back on how much I'm putting on the canvas because I've noticed a trend of a lot of leftover paint at the end, and you know, a lot of painters are that way. You know, sometimes it's better, it's easier just to have more than less. And if you're going to paint the next day, then if you save it or if you intend to save it, then that's fine. But I like to have a completely clean palette at the end, and so I don't really save anything. So I'm just trying to be more conservative with that. You know, just painting thoughts. Okay, so this is also still very very saturated. We're gonna add some cad red, some burnt umber. Not much. And we'll have to add a lot more titanium white. Let me pull up the microphone for you. Up next to me while I'm mixing here. Should be a little bit better. This is just kind of like a almost light brown right now, which is a color that we need as well. But let's mix in a lot more titanium white. I always find these actually desaturated colors are harder than the saturated ones, obviously because you have to go further from what's in the tubes, but also because I had so much trouble when I first started oil painting with accidentally adding too much white into mixes, and it you know, it can really just mess stuff up. And so I try to restrain as much as possible. And now, you know, I have to find the balance as I'm making the mix. I try to avoid adding it if I can, but then, you know, I just can't get away from it especially with some of the subjects I choose. Okay, so we want it just to be a slight step down in value. And this honestly could be a little bit more blue. Okay, so we'll take this as a halfway point on the gradient. It's going to take a little while to mix these. I want this to be accurate. So looking at the reference here, squint my eyes. It's really just, it's kind of almost just a darker gray, which is what we're already doing. So we'll add some more ultramarine, a little bit yellow ochre, and burnt umber. Probably could do a little bit of cad yellow light against the ultramarine. There we go. Don't want it to be too saturated though. So we're also kind of walking a thin line here since it's so desaturated at this point. You know, adding anything can kind of just shift it into one muddy area to the other. Right now it's a little bit more green. It's mostly gray, but that's kind of what we want. So I'm just going to take half of that. We'll get a lot more ultramarine blue and burnt umber. There's some yellow ochre in there too, but we'll get a little more. And we'll mix these. And this is going to be much darker and almost black looking. But it's more in relation to what we're putting on the palette. It is kind of more towards the green area, but I mean, this is all desaturated. So let me add a little bit of cad yellow light and a little bit of ultramarine blue. So we do need to increase the chroma a little bit. I'd like to try out some other types of blues. I really only used ultramarine mostly. I know some oil painters prefer phthalo blue. I haven't tried it yet, to be completely honest. Find what I like and I just stick to it, and it's like the basic like Gamblin artist oil colors. I got a tube of the chromatic black and it's like whatever. I don't know. It's like the way I mix, I don't really like it. All right, So we're going to get some of the browns too. So we'll do more yellow ochre here. About half of this, mix that in. Some more ultramarine blue. You know, not much painting's happening right now, but you know, mixing is part of the process. I've watched some more Bob Ross recently, and you know, his ability to mix color, like, I mean, he's a little bit more loose with what he, you know, puts on the canvas, and he does a lot of like straight colors like out of the tube, but he just like mixes stuff like so fast, and he's like, oh, bam, puts it on the canvas, like doesn't even like blink, just goes for it every single time. He never like, very rarely it seems like pulled back from what he did. He just full committed every single mix that he made on his big huge palette, just threw it up on the canvas, and it was really cool. I mean, he did his paintings, his huge paintings, in 30 minutes. I feel like sometimes 4 hours isn't enough for smaller paintings. I don't know. That's just me. All right, so let's do it. Some lighter versions of these things that we've mixed. So we'll just mix it with titanium white and a touch of cad yellow and yellow ochre. Might have been a little bit too much cad yellow light. Oh, let me stop the music here. You can't hear it, but it's still playing on my computer. Okay. All right. So we have gradient for kind of the browns here. We can mix between those two if needed. There we go. And then get a lighter version of this, like greenish color. Clean this palette knife a little bit more. There we go. And same with this color. Yeah, Bob Ross is awesome. I, you know, like a lot of people watched him a lot growing up, and when I was like, I think 17 or 18, this is in 2007, the year I graduated high school. So what, 15 years ago now? More than that now, 2023. Well, anyway, it's a while ago. I did a chalk art festival, and I did a Bob Ross painting. I'll have to show that on stream sometime. I have a TikTok that has it. It's like posted like way down on my page. All right, so I think this is enough to work with for now. So let's go ahead and commit to putting stuff on the canvas. Gonna get on the chair here, adjust the mic, wipe my hands a little bit, get a fresh paper towel. All right, let's see here. Let me get another cheaper synthetic brush. It's a little bit smaller and a bit more square. And we're going to start on this side here, and then I'm just going to get the trees and shrubs. I don't know why I said it like that. We're just going to get the trees and shrubs and work our way over and around these features that protrude. This is just nonsense right here. We'll ignore this. We'll paint over that. All right, so starting with the fog color that we originally blocked in, which is up here. So that color. We are going to kind of work our way down these colors here. So I'm gonna just mix these on the canvas or the palette, and we have a little bit of a darker value right there. We can go even a little bit darker. So we pick up all of this, and be even darker than that. It seems like going pretty bright on this gradient. There we go. And then we work our way down. Let's pick up this paint here. I'm wiping the brush in between, picking up each step down. We get a Q-tip here. We don't want to have these parts that we're blocking in, these shapes that we're blocking in, encroach on important features like this pathway that goes this way. All right, let's see here. All right, we kind of have this color at the edge here. So I'll get this small synthetic brush again. It's about right here. Pick up a lot more. Yeah. Maybe not that much. Flatten the brush. So we're not going to match the values and colors exactly from the reference, but we're going to work with kind of our own gradation that we've created here to keep things consistent. And because we're making the entire painting a little bit more chromatic, like the fog in the reference and even the canal, they barely have any color. We're just kind of boosting everything up a little bit more. So we're taking some artistic liberties. Let's have this structure here, which we don't want to forget. Wow, I think just using a Q-tip there worked. I was just able to just Q-tip that guy in. Wasn't expecting that. I'll still paint over it probably. But that's a pretty good indicator of where that structure is. Same with this over here. We need to redefine that. This is much higher. And it's actually a color that we probably block in here eventually. We'll go ahead and do something a little bit more red, burnt umber. Mix it with that. A little bit of this. Mix on the fly. Do some touch up with Q-tips. Since it's wet paint, we can just work with it while it's wet and remove some to create texture or even form. So in this case, I'm getting the faces of these, or this singular structure for now. That's facing the sun a little bit more. And block it in a little bit more as well. And the brush. Right here. Just kind of a shadow right there in the middle. And then, of course, the rest of the bridge will get in as well. But for now, we're not doing that. We're going to block in all of this. And then for this structure, probably not so green. Use some of this color that we mixed here. We'll touch up the edges as well. There we go. You get the sky block back in there. I'm going to clean up this brush, pick up a lot of this pigment here. I think it's this fog color. Probably actually mixed with this. We already have it. We already have a lot of it, actually. I think my color's confused. We're not even like 30% into the painting. That's not true. We've already done the sketch and stuff, and that's a lot. Let me soften up these edges here as well while I have this on my brush. Same with this. Line up all of that. Just working some really alla prima stuff right here, mixing a lot on the canvas. My cat's hold on, let me move him. All right. Touching up these the top of this structure here. That's originally why I got this on the brush. So let's touch this part up here. And then you know what? No, we're just gonna go, we're gonna do the bridge. We're gonna do the bridge right now. Let's just get it done. Let's get it over with. So I think it's gonna be around this color here. So it is about this high. And we need a really flat brush for this. And need to be a little bit more steady. Probably do some touch up after we block in this bridge as well, but try to be as accurate as we can. Starting here. Actually lower. Touch that up after. Actually. No, that is completely the wrong color. Get another Q-tip here. We're off to a great start with the bridge. I've already painted over the sketch, which we did purposely. We'll get it here. want to make sure it looks right. I could just like go for it and, you know, stick with it and be really artsy with it, but that would bother me forever. I would never want to look at this painting again. Like right there, I did a very impatient brush stroke. We'll touch it up. So we used a Q-tip. We'll run it across the edge here slowly. And we can add some more shadow under here. Radiate between these two. And then touch it up with the fog color. Then it gets pretty complicated after this, but we have this right as the basis for the bridge. It's going to make a lot more sense, and it won't be distracting to everything else. That's something we definitely want to avoid, is making this bridge that is complex and distracting. I mean, it's still going to be complex, but we want to do it kind of accurately. All right. Get some of this and reinforce the shadow under this side. There's a video game that's called a Poly Bridge. You can play it on your phone, the full version on your phone, but it's also on PC on Steam. And painting this reminds me of that game, because you have to actually, it's based on actual physics. It has physics in the game, so you have to build like actual functioning bridges to make it work. So you have to build structures like this with trusses. I don't know. I'm not. I don't design bridges. I don't know what these are called, but you have to design structures like this to be able to make it structurally sound so that the little cars can get past it. It's a fun game. Yeah, in fact, actually, I'm just gonna, yeah, we're not gonna stress this too much. We're gonna make it really, make this bridge, as long as it's like straight, I'm not gonna worry about the details too much. We're gonna let brush strokes kind of build out everything. And we also have kind of this highlight here. This kind of goes up from here and disappears into the fog. And also this needs to be touched up a little bit. And same with that. Just go through with the Q-tip here and clean up in between. To make sure we have the negative space. Yeah, I totally took some shortcuts here and left out a few of these features, but I think it would be a bit distracting. So we're reducing it, we're simplifying. It's representative, but it's not like, it's not structurally sound. We'll put it that way. This also disappears into the fog. And there's some straight beams that go up here. Diagonal ones that kind of disappear. See, these, I picked up the wrong value. So let's fix this. Look at this fog here. Paint over it with the value because we saved it before we moved it. Kind of just blend everything in, pretend it didn't have it happen. Control Z. I need a drink of water real quick, I think. Let me put the brush down. Had a dry mouth. Let's get back to this. Let me clean up. We're gonna get more of this on the brush. And we're gonna clean up this area. Yeah, we gotta make sure we stay hydrated. Hydrated. I don't know why I'm talking like that. I think I'm just stressing about this bridge, man. It shouldn't be so hard. It shouldn't be this hard at all. It's not that hard. It's just taking more time than I'd like, to be honest. Okay. I'm going to repaint this section as well. All right. So we need some of this fog color to pop through in those parts. There we go. And then go down to this value. All right, so I'm going to do a thick stroke there, since I like that color. Clean it up. Mark said, have you ever tried putting your source and input camera in the same size and working off the camera and not looking at the medium? I tried it with wood burning and it didn't turn out, but I'll retry. Yeah, well, I mean, I actually have my OBS preview open up. It's open right next to the chat, so I see a smaller version of it like pretty much all the time because I'm looking up there, and it helps me so I don't have to step away as much. I can continue painting without having to step back and forth to get a different view. All right, once we get this bridge done, everything else is going to seem like easy as cake, right? If I was like sitting at a desk right now, I could have my hands on this. Right now, I'm working like 2 feet away to not get in front of the camera. So I'm going to pull on a little bit here, and I might block the view of the camera. But we're going to need a little bit of control to finish this off. All right, so let's see here. This is dragged down a little bit too far. Fun. I could also use, a tool like a ruler, but I'm just being a stubborn son of a gun. It's fine, I'm not in a hurry. Maybe I'll extend this one to 2-day, but it would really break tradition. Everything I've had pretty much on this channel so far has just been one sitting. Almost everything. So I try to do that if I can, and it's kind of something that really helps me really make sure that I finish, because there's some stuff that I don't do on stream and I don't finish it. Like it's only a 5% chance I'll ever finish it. Even if I did this on streaming, by tomorrow I'll be interested in doing something else, and I'll put this somewhere else and come back to it, and I'll forget to come back to it. All right, so let's get a Q-tip here. Mark says 2-day hype. Yeah, and I guess if the painting's kind of like this, 2 days, yeah, it can work. But I don't know. A lot of streamers I see, and it's encouraged if you're live streaming to make the streams a bit longer. There's no hard and set rules, obviously, but I'm trying to get some growth on the channel, and I'm trying to honestly, I'm trying to get some quantity, and I know that's kind of like an ugly term in art. You want quality over quantity, but I mean, I'm trying to get the quality in every piece that I do, but because I focus on the alla prima method, it's just I get I get a lot more satisfaction doing it in one sitting. And then also the YouTube part. Having longer streams is something I should be doing. All right. So let's continue on. We'll get some of this fog brush on here. We'll touch up this bridge a little bit more. Just the fog around the bridge, I mean. We'll make the bridge kind of disappear more into the fog there. Okay. So we have these little parts here. Touch up a little bit. Up peaks. A little bit difficult to do without it becoming messy. This is just a very small canvas size for a landscape with this much detail, I think, for an upright painting. We're going for it. I'm trying to simulate what it would be like to have a plein air setting as well. That's the other initiative with alla prima, is forcing myself to, and doing it one sitting, is that it helps me in scenarios where I'd be painting real life. And if I set up an easel and do plein air painting and from life, it won't seem so daunting to me to try to get everything done, within an hour or 2 or 3 hours, if I'm lucky with the lighting. That's something I need 1,000 subscribers to be able to stream, but I can also make YouTube videos as well, which is something I might do if we start plein air painting. But I can't stream it, and I stream everything that all the art that I make pretty much now, almost all of it. Okay, so this isn't like the reference. We're letting it disappear a little bit. All right, let's continue on with the trees back here, the distant desaturated trees and stuff. So let's get some of this. Maybe some of the lighter values first. Move on to darker. This small synthetic brush. All right, darker color. Underneath this structure here is where we have that pathway that comes up. So right here. And we'll block in everything around it. The shrub here. We have one there. Kind of go out in between here, all of these. One out here. One there. One here. I don't think this is the same amount. It's not. Is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's 7, but the spacing's different. At least if you count these ones that are over here. But we're getting the general effect. All right, so this is a little less saturated because it's farther away. We'll probably even lighten it up a little bit more. At least the tips of the trees. We'll lighten that up. And over there as well. We also have all of this area to the right of that hill pathway. It's a little bit darker. Block that in. Mark says, I think you should try to get more comfortable with the 2-day workflow. Just once in a while, even if you never stream it. Creativity, I feel like there's a lot to be learned from the successive revisions. No, I get you. I feel you. That might be something I do in the future. But right now, it's not really something I'm interested in all that much, to be honest. If I just be frankly honest, it's just with my oil painting right now, I'm really focusing on alla prima. Sometime in the future, 6 months from now, a year from now, I'll probably focus a little bit more on drawing again, and other mediums, and constructive drawing and perspective and sketching and things like that. So I'll pull away from painting, but right now I'm just really on the alla prima grind. So I get what you're saying with the revisions and stuff. Part of it too is just my overall ability to be able to balance this. Honestly, the way that my mind works is My retention for my memory is very much dedicated towards other things like for work and for school and stuff. And so I'm like painting. This is just like it's just kind of like I like have a one focus setting. If I don't have a finished piece, I'm not going to be able to really focus on it. And I will probably there's a very high likelihood I'll just end up throwing it out. And it'll probably be good to kind of overcome that, and I will with pieces in the future. But right now, it's really not. It's just not. I've thought about it and tried, and it's just not really my jam right now. It's just not really what I'm doing. So I'm gonna get more of this brown color here, and go a little bit more desaturated as well. Get some of this white. Go back to the green. Honestly, this is it's pretty saturated. So let me get some titanium white in this and just kind of texture over it since we're working wet. Okay, a little more brown behind this tree over here. And it can be a little bit more saturated because it's a tiny bit closer, but there's also this fog here. And we're going to kind of just blend that with the dry brush a little bit in some parts. Not all of it, but some of it. And much lighter version of it here. That shape kind of comes in down right there. Yeah, I mean, also so for me, I actually have when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, I was diagnosed with at the time is ADD. Now they don't classify it as ADD. Everything falls under the ADHD category, as far as I understand for classification. Now I could be wrong, but it's something that my entire life I've had to. I don't know. Like I'm not trying to make it more dramatic than it is because it's not that dramatic, but just working memory and stuff, I have to do tricks for myself to be productive. And you know it's very discouraging for me with oil painting specifically right now with pieces. It just kind of it's kind of I kind of set myself up for failure if I do multi days. It's just the alla prima just like keeps me going. I don't know. It's in the future I'll probably do bigger pieces that take longer and whatever, and maybe even when I have less stress with the school and stuff like that. But and that's it's funny. It seems like you think you have less stress if you have multiple days, but the way my mind works is if I have a painting that's not finished, I cannot stop. I wouldn't be able to stop thinking about it, and almost every single time that will lead to me not wanting to finish the painting, or I don't know. And that will change in the future when I do other bigger pieces. I mean, in the past, I've done bigger pieces and I do bigger projects for other creative hobbies that I have and stuff like that. But my attention only goes so far, and then it ends up hindering me the next day. So we have much darker values down here. Let's make sure we're getting all of that in this area. It can actually even be darker. So we'll get some ultramarine and burnt umber here. Some more ultramarine, yellow ochre, burnt umber. There we go. Nice dark value. We won't worry about this tree that's back here behind this lamppost. It'll be a little bit distracting to try to render all of that in around this lamppost feature. This will also be a good color for some parts of this tree. So I'll put that in there. And also smooth the darker regions back here. Kind of tap that in. So we get some homogeny. And then let me get that titanium white again and just kind of go over these parts. Make sure they're desaturated and light in value. In fact, this whole kind of area here is, this area is a little bit too dark. Use a paper towel here to lighten things up as well. Pull some of the paint off the canvas, those darker spots. Lighten it up. Just a tad bit, nothing too aggressive. All right, let me get these values here. Pull it back into the trees a little bit so we can render into that. And then also this fog color should just go like that. We're going to need some more titanium white. Yeah, the 24-hour streams. Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah, for like subathons and stuff like that. It would be pretty cool. In the past, I've done game jams. This is years ago before, you know, we had a kid and had more time on weekends and stuff like that. I did like 3-day game jams and 7-day game jams. I have some like footage from some of those games I made. Silly, stupid games that I did solo dev for. I did the development and not much art. I do some art, but it usually wasn't that good. I usually use you know third-party art a lot of the time at the time because of the time restriction and because it was only me. But yeah, it'd be like 3 to 7 days to make a game. So that's pretty fun. Did that a few times. I think I did that like 4 or 5 times. And so those were fun, like extended projects, and I never got any awards or anything for it, but it was always really satisfying to get the game done and then watch people play the games on their streams, because people would because it was for the Unreal Engine, and people would do these crazy subathon streams where they'd stream all the submissions. So it'd be like 100 games that they play, these game jam games. So, you know, fun, creative stuff like that. There was one game jam game where I did all the art from scratch. I got really into Blender for a while, and I have the video for that. And that actually was on this channel before I privated it because, you know, I wanted this to be kind of a focused channel on art. But that the video showed some time lapses of me doing conceptual design for a dog, and then building it in Blender and rigging it and animating it, doing a full walk cycle and full run cycle. You know, so I guess I have done some art, but I didn't end up finishing that game jam. That was, I think, my last game jam that I did, and I didn't end up finishing it. really fun. Game jams are super fun. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would like screen record when he was playing it, and it was cool because like there'd be like a few dozen people there watching him play the games. Maybe even like 100, at least like the people, all the people that submitted their games, and you get to see people's feedback too, which is it is super cool because it's like you know even if you're a game studio, you could publish something to Steam or to an app store, and you can like nobody might have like nobody ever play it. But yeah, having somebody stream your game is pretty fun to watch. So I still have recordings of those on my other YouTube channel too, recordings of them playing those games. All right, excuse me. So let's continue blocking. Let's finish that, and we'll move on to these trees and blocking in this section and these features and pavement and everything. So what time are we at now? 10:30. We'll go a little bit longer. We'll get this blocked in here. Let's do something a little bit more. That. More titanium white. I feel like I was fixing something before my little rant there. I forgot what it was. Speaking of ADD, ADHD. Get some of this edge here with these values to keep it homogeneous. Oh yeah, I was fixing up that sky. Let's do that. That's what I was doing. Be lighter. More titanium white. Honestly, I actually think the student grade titanium white is worse. It's less stiff. And it really feels like the tinting strength, even though it's white. It's just not having as strong of an effect on mixes too. Just kind of throwing me off. Gotta wait for that tube to come in. The artist grade stuff. Just my preference. Okay. That's fixed up enough. Enough. The rest of these little parts blocked in. We'll work around the lamp for now. The lamp post. Let's see if we can have this here. That's just way too low. I mean, we can kind of do whatever we want because it's our painting, but I want that tree to be there, and that's just not in the right place. Lighter value. Simplify this shape. Let's get a little bit more yellow ochre into a mix over here. Kind of dabble that in some spots. There we go. All right, and then this darker value here, push it in a little bit more, and we can paint out that tree. So I have to create a gradient for that tree, and then we'll move on to this grass. But first, wait, let me see. When did we get back from that break? It was way less than an hour ago. Yeah, let's do the tree first. Seeing just a couple things we can touch up to before we move on and get this off the brush. That was an experiment and it failed. All right, let's get that path back in there. And also make sure that we have this stuff blocked in. We cannot neglect any part of the painting here. Also, we can cheat in the sidewalk, the pavement here. So comes up. Also, this whole curve is wrong. We'll correct it once we paint in everything. You know what, though? I think with this one, let's see here. Mark said, no snow up your way this time of year. We got some snow for Christmas, a little bit, a light dusting. Did you guys get a lot of snow in Utah? Up there by the Wasatch Front? Okay, I decided no, we're going to continue. Just going to take a little bit of a break here in a minute. But I do want to just do this tree real quick. We're going to do some speed painting here. Use a hog hair brush and get some ultramarine, yellow ochre, and cad yellow light. Raw umber, more raw umber, and ultramarine blue. A little bit of Alkyd's, the liquid. Oh, 16 inches on New Year's. Holy cow. Yeah, that's right. You guys got a lot. That's crazy. That is nuts. Okay, so I'm just going to lightly block in some of these darks here. And since this is in the foreground, we can now go like much darker values. We don't have to worry about desaturating stuff. Stuff can be pretty dark and pretty saturated, strong chroma. You want to make sure you have all of the darks blocked in here. All right, and then we're going to use the same one for this bush over here. We're going to simplify it. Yeah, I heard the skiers and snowboarders are pretty happy out there. I saw a TikTok of Parley's Canyon. Is it Parley's Canyon? One of the canyons in Utah, just backed up for miles and miles and miles. a week or two ago. Use a Q-tip to bring back in the details. And we'll use the actual brush here with some fog color. Or no, we don't need fog color. We need a river color. Let's just touch some of these spots here. Teeter back in. There it is. Okay. And we're going to step up in value for the tree and the bush next to it. I guess that's a tree too. It's pretty big for a bush. And actually, I might do the walkway next just to solidify that because it looks pretty wonky right now. It looks pretty wonky. All right, let's step up in value here. Just a little bit more ultramarine, some cad yellow, a little bit of yellow ochre, ultramarine. There we go. Nice green color, not too bright. And just gonna Bob Ross style it. We were talking about. There's some red in there too, so get some cad red light. And we'll kind of shift it towards red as it comes up to the top here. Work around the shadows that we laid down. Make sure I don't cover them up. I already did, but I can reblock those in real quick because we left a tiny bit of that. Why is there blue on this? That's very strange. Oh, I picked it up at the end of that. Oh, that's unfortunate. Got some blue in the middle of this tree. Okay, mix just some of this darker color again. All right, let's go one step up in value here. Use a lot more cad yellow light. Should be all we need. We can kind of just add a little bit. We're simplifying the shapes. Here we go. And also, if I see this, let me get a clean Q-tip here and clean up the bridge just a tiny, tiny bit. Okay. We won't overwork that area too much. You just get slightly brighter values here, that cad yellow light, and just kind of barely touch in some highlights like right there, right there, right there, and right there. Okay, I kind of like that, the way that that tree is abstracted. Let me just break this up a little bit. Cool. All right, so I think it's time for another break. So we're going to do another 20-minute break here, and we'll come back and we'll finish this painting. We're pretty much, we did the sketch. That took a lot of time. Took a lot of time to mix all the colors and stuff. I'd say we're like 60% done, maybe 70%. I don't know. Yeah, this might get a little complicated, but I don't think so. I think it's just going to be some straightforward colors. We have this fence that comes down here, but that's no big deal. We're not going to do the handrails. So we're simplifying a lot. We still want to include a lot of the good like features and stuff, but we're going to pretend like the stairs aren't there at all, or that the Americans with Disabilities Act was never passed in, what was it, 1990? Just kidding. Let's not pretend that. All right, I'm going to be back in 20 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna end this break a little bit early. Let me take this off here. I'm gonna have headphones on as well, but I'm gonna be reading the chat and talking. So, just gonna fix this little thing with the bridge, and then we're gonna add just a kind of a dark line right there. I'm gonna block in the green and yellows and kind of reddish brown, this whole mass here and there, and touch up the rocks, and then do the fence and then the lamppost. And that order I just told you, I have planned in my head, but I'll probably do it in a completely different order as I go on. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. All right, let me make sure I have my desktop audio muted here. I'm going to be playing on Spotify. Wolfpack just came out with a new album this past week. So I've only listened to it once or twice. So I'm going to be listening to that while we're painting. Unfortunately, I can't play it on stream because I would get copyrighted to oblivion. Copyright claim to oblivion. There's a way on Twitch to be able to circumvent that, but they allow you to do a track that only streams, but it doesn't save to your VOD, your saved video, and you can just play pretty much whatever music you want. But not on YouTube. There's no such luxury. Water time. And then gloves. Yeah, that's another thing. I was just thinking about the music. TikTok's cool that way. I mean, YouTube allows me to pick music too, but it's just a little bit different. It feels like with YouTube Shorts. On TikTok, it's like music is like a big part of it. It's just like it makes sense on TikTok to like incorporate music with the content that you're making, whether it's trends or it's just like music that you like, especially with the art stuff. So I've really enjoyed posting content to TikTok because of that, because I can like include music that I like or other sounds that I think are interesting or fun. But on YouTube, it's like I can't even use stuff that claims to be copyright free without being like getting copyright strikes. And I mean, luckily, I don't make money off this channel right now, but that's not something I can really sustain for the future unless I want to spend some money and or spend some time. I mean, I play music. I could probably make some background music, but that's time. Yeah, like I have the time on top of all this painting to I don't know. It's either money or time. All right, just getting a touch of ultramarine and cad red light and burnt umber, mixing it in with this color. And it's a little bit darker, a little bit more saturated for these rocks down here. I'm already going out of order from what I said I'd be doing. Pretty sure. That's fine. Sorry for my tone deaf humming. I have my headphones on. I will cease that immediately. Let me use a bigger brush. You use a bigger brush for the job. We are painting after all. It's got to stay synthetic though. We got to go synthetic because we're painting over paint. Let's make a new little mix here. Ultramarine, cad red, burnt umber. We're running out of that burnt umber, man. We're getting low. Not gonna have any more until Monday. All right, let's give this a try again. That's really dark. Holy moly. Just abstract some of these rocks across the shoreline. Remembering that we're going to block in this yellow green area right here so we don't have to worry about being super accurate. Clean it up a little bit though. Just want to make sure I'm getting my values right. And leaning a little bit darker is the right call here. I just gotta focus on my brush work here. Right now it looks really funky with the underpainting. It's gonna make sense in a minute, promise. I'm also saying that for myself to reassure myself. Just get a little more of that shadow. I took this picture really early in the morning, so it's fog. So things are a little bit darker. It's not as like bright. This area will be brighter, and especially the top of these like posts here, and overall I think it'll look nice. It's just against the white panel, the white that's already there, it's looking dark, but it's going to make sense when it's all blocked in. Okay, let's fix those things a little bit. Let's block in this. Gonna clean up the palette here. Okay. Time to mix some colors. I'm gonna avoid going more yellow like I have previously. The cad yellow light's just too tempting. So, but we're gonna use a yellow ochre. I'm gonna put on a little more of that if we have any more. My goodness, we're almost out of this too. Let me see if I have any back here. What is this? Oh, yeah, some Winsor & Newton. Here's the Gamblin paint. Oh, you can't even see what I'm showing you. I'm showing this one. See how these do side by side. We'll just use this. We'll lean on this for this painting. We'll use the student grade. I'll put out a little bit more of the Gamblin too, so I can kind of feel them side by side. Take this opportunity. I said a little bit, and I'll put out a lot. Okay. You can see the difference already. It's kind of hard to tell. I don't want to move the camera for a time lapse, but I mean, from what I can see, the student grade paint is like way more glossy and way less stiff. You can feel it's less stiff. It's more fluid. It might just be characteristics of the manufacturer as well. There are different manufacturers. One's Gamblin, one's Winsor & Newton. But I mean, student grade versus artist, it's just crazy. All right. The difference is it's noticeable. It really is. I mean, you can work with either one, but man, crazy. Let's mix this. So let's get the general desaturated yellow. Add a touch of ultramarine. Let's move the camera up here. Not camera, the microphone. There we go. All right, we're going to mix this. Add some titanium white. All right, we're going to work around this. So I've mixed quite a bit of it. There's some stuff that's a lot more green at the top of the hill. We're going to take some of this, add just a touch of cad yellow, light, some ultramarine blue, some titanium white, mix that together. A little more green, not much though. Take some of that, more cad yellow, yellow ochre. Ultramarine again. I'm avoiding using Viridian because it's transparent. I've noticed when I mix it in, it's kind of harder to cover stuff, and I like to have the green stuff in more opaque layers. So, not using Viridian in this on this palette. So we're kind of mixing without it. I've been kind of leaning on the Viridian for the landscapes, and so now we're manually mixing our greens. All right, and then there is more reddish color in the shadow area, in the dirt area around here. So we'll go back to this. Cad red light. Again, we don't have the alizarin crimson. I could use student grade, that cadmium, but man, for the darker red, we'll work with this a little bit. A little more. Let's not do ultramarine. We want to do more burnt umber. So let's get that. Okay. Burnt umber here. Very orange. Let's desaturate it. I think at this point we can add ultramarine. Yellow ochre again. It's kind of going crazy. This is closer to that. Throw this over here for those dark shadows. We got some. Well, it's just not that much. We gotta get some more greens. Well, let's work with this. We're gonna use Gamsol. I'm gonna use a chip brush. Just put the tip in Gamsol here. Remove some of the excess. Put the lid back on. Lid on. There we go. Green. It's gonna be real washed. A bit lighter. Just good. Can add more to the mix. This is rough block in. We can refine some of the features if we need to. I'm just looking at the green areas right now. We'll paint over this as well because we're using Gamsol. Be real thin. Go a little bit darker with that one. We're also going to use Gamsol for the sidewalk too, so we can get a thin layer and do a really precise white line through the crosswalk or the sidewalk. Sorry, I'm listening to this album right now and it's very wordy. The lyrics, there's a lot of lyrics. I might skip this song. It's a song. I guess that's what Wolfpack's kind of like. Wolfpack. We get the splitter one, with even a little bit more titanium white. And get a smaller brush here. So I'm blocking in around this tree, so it's going to require a little bit of precision. Wait, I'm listening to music. Yeah, I'm listening to music, but it's copyrighted, so I can't share it. But I can, if you want to, I could put background music on again. But I was trying it without background music today. I just have music playing on my headphones. You know, sometimes when I paint, I want to listen to non-copy or copyrighted music. You know. And on Twitch, though, it wouldn't have been a problem. But yeah. All right, before I move on to the rest of these screens, let's get this whole sidewalk blocked in. I think that would be the gray part, and let it so it can dry a little bit before you put the middle line in. So we actually have a pretty nice gray that we mixed earlier for another part of the painting. Just a touch of Gamsol. Probably even less than that. Okay. Here we go. Let's mix a lot more of this. So we're going to get titanium white. And I'm going to move over to a palette knife because we have to block a pretty large area. And this has a lot of Gamsol in it already. So we get ultramarine here. We want to make it very neutral. So we're going to do ultramarine, burnt umber, and then to make it really bright, because it's going to have to be really bright, we're going to use a ton of titanium white. But the burnt umber and the ultramarine blue should neutralize it to make it be a little bit bluish, but we can add more orange or burnt umber brown to neutralize it. Let's do that. To bring the chroma down, we have to move to the bigger palette knife here. So let's take half of this. Take all of this titanium white here. Okay, yeah, that's about what we're looking for, a little bit brighter than that. So we're going to get even more titanium white here. This has a hole in it. That's fun. Let's crimp it. What's the proper name? The two bringer. It's the two bringer of justice. Give me you. There we go. Whoa. Kind of out of control there. White down. Let's reorganize this palette a little bit. This palette area. Push that over. Let's get the lid here. It's all of this. And it's pretty much the same value. It's a little bit darker down here. But once we get this blocked in, it's not going to look so wonky overall. We're gonna use most of our paint for this one, mostly due to my choice and subject here, and my own insistence on making sure we get all these values. It's not a perfect one-to-one to the photo, but I want to make sure every part of the painting gets attention while we have the time to do it. Okay. Use this like large hog hair brush, and again some Gamsol. Going on easy mode right now. We'll take this and I'd say that's a little bit darker than I was expecting. That's good though. Get this lighter value at the top. So that we need to imply that it's going in that direction there. Let's make sure this is a brighter mix. Not too far from what's already blocked in there. Yeah, that's enough. We'll touch up the edges here too. Let's say I took less paint than I thought. Gamsol went a long way. All right, so let's even all this out. All right, let's get back to the green while this dries. Well, it's not, again, it's not going to dry completely, but it's going to dry enough where it's going to be a little bit easier to paint on. Let's see here. Next values. Gonna get more of this yellow ochre here. It's still pretty wet. It's good. Trying to use the biggest brush for the job anytime I can. And trying to simplify shapes. Like I mentioned before, I'm not doing the handrail. We're going to forego doing the stairs there. Still might do that little feature right there, that darker one, but see how the painting's holding together after we get this blocked in. I get that value on this brush. A little more titanium white here. Block in behind this tree. Making the tree look a little more crooked, but it gives it character. Same as this branch that comes out here. Not like the reference. Same with this bush. It's simplified, it's different than the reference, but we're getting the general idea, getting the feel and the composition. If it's contributing to the composition and the value range of the painting, it's what I care about more. And if the shapes are interesting, I'm not stressing about it being perfect for a tree, you know? Tree doesn't need a likeness. That's just my hot take. Nothing against trees. All right, see you, Mark. Have a great night. Thanks for joining tonight. Well, it's just the look at the lamp post right now. Why not? All right, let's see here. Got the burnt umber, ultramarine blue. You do some liquid. We're gonna get this top of this fence here. I'm gonna just forget about that shadow in the middle. We're gonna simplify it and just do the posts in this main line that goes down there. I don't want it to be too distracting. Could also be a lot lighter. So let me just get some straight titanium white here. Go over the top of it. And then I got to do the post, and then we can kind of close in all these details as well. Part of me wants to just skip the fence altogether, but no, we're not going to do that. We're going to commit. Not a debate anymore in my head. Just got to be kind of bold with the colors here, and they have to be thicker, which is harder with this artist grade titanium white. For real, it really feels like it's more difficult. Not saying that's an excuse for anything on the canvas, but I feel like it just takes more time to get where I need to go. It's not behaving how I expect it to when I'm mixing. I'm by no means a master at, at color mixing, but you know, it's just something I notice. Let's get this darker side. It's kind of green as well. Let's lean into this color. Be darker. No, we'll put that shadow back in. It's no biggie. I think it's about right there. Yeah, that's fine. I'm stressing over nothing. This fence is no big deal. I'm gonna fix this shadow while I see it. Okay. Let's do these fence posts. You need a darker value. Just use this, make it a little bit more green. All right. They're perfectly vertical. So we'll start with this one down here. It's just a square, a rectangle. And then atop, we have much lighter value. Clean up the brush here. Use Q-tip here. So let me get on my chair. Been standing up for a while. Some of these landmarks down. Now there's a shadowy area here, but the tree is gone. So I'm going to try to treat all these posts the same. So that's going to vary from the reference. My mouth is right next to the microphone. My bad. That was probably so loud. Let's fix some of these edges as well. Just before we move on to the rest of these posts. Edge control. All right, let's get this darker value again. All right, now it's a little bit distracting. Let's need to fix this form. It's kind of wonky. So we're going to get a darker value. Ultramarine blue, burnt umber. It's probably a little bit too dark. Let's make it a little bit more green as well. All right, so let's fix up this area here. So we have this color, but the form comes from a lot of the shapes underneath as well. Also, this is completely wrong. Here. It's better. All right, let's get back to the posts. Let's clear some of this. We need a palette knife. We're gonna make these posts work one way or another. We're gonna make it work. Paint in these other values so it's not as confusing. Oh, it's way too dark. What was I thinking? Honestly, all this business, even if I were to get it right, I think it would be a little bit distracting. So let me see how I can pull this back. Let's get the right color mixed here. Let's go full color. Oh, if we're homogeneous, I might be able to use this color. Yeah. Just don't want this area to be like more distracting than anything else. You know what I'm saying? So we still have to get this pathway. We want the eye to kind of go this way and not like focus on all this other stuff, even though it takes up a large space. We're establishing a lot of these core shadow values for these posts. Starting to make more sense. Starting to get a little less frustrated. So that's, I think that's a sign we're making progress. We're getting close to the end here. All right. Let's make sure we have edges controlled it the way that we want them to. That sentence made any sense. I have my headphones on still, so it can be hard to talk. This is still pretty wet right here, but it's thin, so it'll be easy to paint over. Let's get another brush here to get the lighter values. Bunch of titanium white, mix it with this color that we mixed for the sidewalk with Gamsol in it. The edge of this sidewalk going all the way up. So a little bit lighter. Here with the brush here. Get this even brighter part center. Straight and true, as they would say in Boy Scouts. I don't know. I was a Boy Scout like 20 years ago. Completely forgotten a lot of that stuff. I mean, not really, but you know. Get a smaller brush here. And there's some slightly darker values. Green values. Just at the edge where it meets the sidewalk. All right, let's get this big scary line done. Honestly, I think I might use a tool, but let me switch out my gloves for. We'll wrap up this painting. We'll get that line, and then we'll Do two little figures there. Actually, let me lighten up the sidewalk just a tad bit more. Bring it. Gloves on. Lighten this up. Just gonna get some titanium white. Go crazy here. Just a little bit. All right, and then we'll get this, choose a brush, do this line, designate the line brush, pretty thin. Which one? Probably should use aesthetic. Actually, we'll use synthetic instead. The painting on top. All right, let me clean the brush a little bit. There we go. Oh! My wife just scared the shit out of me. I don't think anybody's here right now, but my God, I was so focused in on getting this straight line. One second, I gotta mute the mic. Do it because I have hands. Go over here and click that button right there. This one? I know the one below it. Yep. Okay, sorry about that. Love my wife. She's great. She's so supportive. Um, she mentioned something too, and it's true. This is kind of a special place for us when we moved out to the East Coast. It's a place that well, we moved out to the East Coast, but a couple of years later we had our first kid, only child, Kayla, and this is one of the first places we took a walk. As my wife just mentioned. So I'm not gonna add the people. That's another thing you mentioned too, but that was debatable. I don't have to. There's been lots of features that I've excluded, like the handrail and the stairs that you can't really see. And but yeah, we'll just call it with that. We'll go ahead and sign it. I appreciate it. If you watch this far, you're not subscribed. If you're watching this during the live stream or later on, I encourage you to subscribe. That way you get notified anytime I go live. It should show up on your subscription feed. It's more likely to show up on your um, home feed, but not guaranteed. So be sure to always check your subscription feed and turn notifications on if that's something you're interested in. If you're interested in watching these streams again, if you have taken the time to watch this, I appreciate you. Um, I feel really good about this painting. I think it turned out great. So took this photo this morning and we created a really nice painting out of it in one sitting. And I mean, how can I not be happy with that? So hope you all have a great rest of your day, rest of your night, and we'll catch you next time in a couple